Hello. Good afternoon. Um, Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for making the time to come and join us for the information sharing and mobilization meeting of the Oshigambo High School Alumni Association. My name is Albert Bum, and I've been tasked with the responsibility of being the director of ceremonies for this afternoon's program. I would like to, before we start the program, to acknowledge, yes, I acknowledge all of you being present, but please allow me to single out Reverend Henok, our former principal, and I believe our elder who is in charge of reviving and keeping the spirit of Oshigambo alive in the former students as well as parents of and teachers of Oshigambo High School. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of Reverend Simon Itula. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of the current principal of Oshigambo High School, Tate Phineas Ekongo, in our midst. And I will be failing in my duty if I also do not acknowledge our national leader. Although, yes, we are here as students or former students of Oshigambo, I would also like to acknowledge the presence of our Attorney General, Tate Festus Mbandeka. With that said, you are all welcome. Thank you very much for coming. We would now go ahead and start with our program, which will begin with a song and a prayer. The song will be delivered by the M4 band, but I only see one guy. There's a guy representing the band. I used to be part of the band as well, but hey, my surname didn't start with M, so I got kicked out along the way. Yeah, so the M4, please give us a few songs, and thereafter we'll have Reverend Simon Itula to lead us into prayer. Thank you.
Tatona telenge efim omwene aukatange ndili nawame ameno laye omwene aukatange. Thank you.
Thank you, M4, for that lovely item. Yes, it takes us on a journey down memory lane to the days that we walked the corridors or beside those other trees, Mirimbandongo of Oshigambo. Thank you for that item, Aveshe. Without further ado, I would like to call on Reverend Itula to come and lead us into prayer. And then after Reverend Itula, I will not come back, but Mrs. Lisa Kafidi will then come and give us the updates on the status quo and way forward of OSHA.
Thank you very much, Director of Proceeding, and one of my parishioners. When I look to all of us, I think all of us can understand Oshigambo. Therefore, I can use Oshigambo and sometimes English. Tangiko ko kampito ndekapewa kuninga egalikano yemangaina ndi ninge egalikano nandi ganjo mbili kwajano wakuna professori gumwe ithanwa akaganje oshipopiwa moshi ithanene shongandi okwaine azara ojina no kambija shwathikine mpea omwiriki gwerandura thano tatine wea wachangini nga wachikambija ne no jina hai tuvuro kukapopsa kaya shunashira ke gumbo ukazarengana ndoka kamba ikithanga waturako nga kamba ikithanga ya ano kwa shunane akaturako ne o kamba ikithake ngashi apurwa te atapopi konima okupopsa kunani refreshment kukaja shwaine pikuja kwa kutha ikujo hakuthaneta taturane ko komba ikitha tura komba ikitha akikutwe ya takutine professori ntseka guliwe na wambera mumlongo mwazi ya umokwe mwithimikira ne mbure kujoshike to turi kuja ko shikutu yo tatini ngae muima muno hanga ndasimana shisasimana oshikutu nkeno shotepe shije peka yanje shone ndaitandiro ngekidoku ya huno mokurongera ngamya shikutushanjo ashikaraneshi iri kumwaihe kunaneshi no kunaneshi uhongi no kaima kashonga akerimo ya anda turamo jato gaine taram difike movenduka dikazare nena shikutusho chironga kashimunga tikaninga anda from professor ishida kasi burewe ka o ahorike nandi garukire kwa shononda purwandi ninge ye mangaina andishininga ndahara kuresha overi simwe jono ijo shipara nyoro shongerki ya Elsin shomvo oma uvigali no 25 ko omatumburo gakuthwa mu Montu mwafu tango ya Tesalonika toporwa ontintano veriso 21. First Thessalonians chapter 5 verse 21 reads as follows. Test everything and do what is right, or hold on to the good. This verse emphasized the importance of careful examinations and discernments, and encouraging us, all the believers, to evaluate all things against the standard of God's word, and cling on to what is true and beneficial. There is a breakdown of this verse or this theme and its implications. Test everything. This means to examine, scrutinizing, and evaluate everything that comes across your way, whether it is teaching or practice or crane. Do good or hold on to the good. After testing, you should retain and embrace what aligns with truth, goodness, and on God's will, as revealed in the Bible. Shiparanyoro, shonumvo, tashitu kisa tukare, tuna ini mairi yari, shotango kukona kona, kiheshimwe, noshitiari, okudhiginina, shoka, washiwanawa. Tuya mpano, twaziko mbinga no mbinga, ngero moshirando, no shouparwe, oenji, oeri arongwa, yomo Oshigambo High School, kakerekanshi, kandamo nwashiko henda, okuninga omnashipundi, go school board methimbondi kandishina na mlongwa go Oshigambo nde shote karampano tandikarerepo amwanje yali Bono ya mono mpito kukara arongwa yomo Oshigambo. Ndahara kukwatakanitha omadhiladhilo gokukonakona ihe nokudhiginina shoka oshiwanawa. Ndinekera arongwa ya Oshigambo sho yeli pomithika dha yoolokathana dhewiliko osho yakonakona ihe molweendo lwawo. Kuza ngaa sho yali aanasikola sigo sho yaninga aanashilonga. Otaya konakona yo taya dhiginine shoka oshiwanawa nenge shuuka. Onkene natutsikileni ngeyi monkalamwenyo yetu. Ijongereki ya Elsin omumvo nguno etumwalaka lyetu enyo olyo ndyoka. Tukonakoneni ayihe kehe shimwe tashiya komeho getu natushikonakone etatu dhiginine shoka oshiwanawa natugalikaneni. Tate omuholike gomegulu, twapandula komalongekidho agehe ganingwa molwa etsakaneno ndi. Yambeka ayehe mbono yena elalakano ewanawa lyokukalekapo oshiputudhilo shaputudha oyendji yaninge aawilika awanawa. Natukupandule wo Kalunga ketu sho oshiputudhilo shino shilipo sigo onena notashi tsikile nokugandja elongo ndyono tali eta tukakale tuna natango monakuyiwa aaleli awanawa. Tatukwindila omwa utukwatele komeho mwaayihe tayi kaningwa mpaka. Gandja ashike tashi pumbiwa kukehe gumwe takala mpaka opo elalakano lyetsakaneno ndino liwapo kwaadha oshilalakanenwa shalyo lyo likeete iiyimati iiwanawa noyishokuliwa. Tuwilika ano mwa medhina lyomukulili wetu Jesus Kristus otwiindile tuuva. Amen. Tangi omweleki.
Oh, Kwainga, I had said I would not come back on the podium. But please allow me to make a few announcements. But before I get there, thank you, Tate Itula, for the scripture and for the prayer. And sorry, when I acknowledged you earlier, I only acknowledged you as Reverend Itula, but I did not acknowledge you as the chairperson of the board, the school board. Thank you so much for your leadership, and thank you for being with us here today. I would just like to make a quick announcement regarding the ablution facilities. Through this door, to your left, straight on, you will find the facilities that side, and also downstairs, right beneath us here, there are other facilities. Maybe Evalisa, Bitoe.
Thank you, the Director of Ceremonies, for the opportunity to address the House. Fellow Oshigambo High School former students, good afternoon. thank you so much for making time on this Saturday to join us in this meeting. We really appreciate that you took out the time. I know that we have some of you attending this meeting online. Those of you who are attending online, please feel welcome. So thank you also for making the time. This is a meeting for all of us, former students of our school, Oshigambo High School, to actually come together and network, talk, and see how we can support our school, or our former school. My job this morning, this afternoon, is actually very, very simple. It's for me to talk to you about, or tell you a little bit about, the current status of our Alumni Association, Oshigambo High School Alumni Association. And then also to tell you a little bit of the way forward. In the near future, what are the plans that we have put in place? So I'll quickly get into that. Our objectives, like I said briefly already, is for us to actually share information about OSHA. We are here to galvanize support for OSHA and in turn for our former school. We are here to network, we are here to socialize and meet old friends. Sometimes we live, work far from each other. We don't get opportunities to, socialize. So let's get into that quickly. A few slides about just a little bit of the past, or what OSHA has done in the past. Here we are having, in the year 2010, that's actually when OSHA was founded, okay? So year 2010. And in the year 2017, I'm just touching a few issues that we have done. In the year 2017, OSHA came up with a project to support our alma mater. And we did that by purchasing mattresses for the learners and by refurbishing some of the bed banks that were, the bunk beds that were kind of like getting old. So that's what we did in the year 2017. Now, last year, we actually brought on board the executive committee of OSHA, brought on board a think tank. And this think tank is comprised of course, alumni, okay, young, vibrant, highly educated, and we brought them on board with one purpose, to help us basically revive our association. It's really one big purpose. And with that, we have tasked them with the responsibility of working with the executive to come up with strategies that will help us to revive OSHA and also to fundraise for OSHA. Because if we have no funds, we will not be able to support OHS. Now, the executive committee, the current executive committee of OSHA, of which I am an acting chairperson, has served its time. It's due for actually, it's overdue, the exit is overdue. So what we need is a new executive committee which can only be elected at an annual general meeting of OSHA members. So We are here today, part of why we are here today is to share that information so that we can prepare for that AGM, which we plan to have in about 2 months' time. So that is the date, it's the 27th of September 2025. Please save the date, diarize it, it's a Saturday. We need you, Oshigambo High School former students, to come together. We need to work together, we need to unite, and so we can elect a new executive committee that will then work with the think tank to move our OSHA forward with the purpose of supporting OHS, the school that we know very well has given us so much. Now, talking about the AGM, the criteria for someone to be nominated as part of the executive committee and eventually elected into that portfolio is that you just need to be an OHS alumni and a member of OSHA. And you need to demonstrate commitment to lead OSHA, to undertake all the activities that executive members of OSHA are expected to undertake. There will be a nomination form that will be shared on OSHA social platforms. And so that we, the alumni of OHS, from now up to, before the AGM, have time to nominate the people that we think will serve us best in OSHA. Now, the form, the nomination can be self-nomination, or it can be someone getting nominated by one of us, and then, of course, accepting the nomination. And when that has happened, then the form gets completed, and it should be emailed to the address, that is the email address that will be provided, that's provided on that form. And most importantly, what we would like you to do is for us to use the platforms that we have for OSHA social platforms to sort of campaign for the nominees. We would really like we would like this to be a process where alumni are going to be really taking an active part. So to say I'm in, for the running I'm standing for, I would like to be the chairperson or the treasurer, or, please support me. This is what I would like to do for OSHA so that we can support OHS. Now, the other thing that we would like us to do in the 2 months period that we have from now to the AGM is a look at our constitution. There are quite a number of things that we identified, we thought need to be looked at, need to be reviewed. And hopefully we'll reach an agreement, because those of us that have looked at this constitution for this number of years, we are of the understanding that there is a need for an amendment to be made. So on our social platforms, we are going to be sharing the constitution so that people can read it, and we'll be talking about the issues, those articles that we think need to be revisited so that we understand what is in there, and we come to an understanding of how we'd like them to be revised, so that when we come to the AGM, it will be a quick fix because we have already had most of the discussions. Okay, then hopefully at the AGM, then it will be fast for us to make those amendments. An example of the amendments that we would like to make is, for example, on the executive committee. Believe it or not, that constitution doesn't have a term length. So it's silent on that, okay? The other thing is also that the office bearers seem to be few, okay? Which really makes the running of the association difficult, the administration of the association difficult. So it would be good to increase the number of the office bearers. And also, people to be elected in those positions at the AGM on merit. Let me give you an example. Currently, we do have a constitution that is saying the chairperson and vice chairperson are elected at the AGM, and I think the secretary, and that's it. And then plus 6 other members. And now, the executive committee will meet, and among itself, then they appoint who is going to serve as a treasurer and who is going to serve as in other positions. The challenge with that is that we might not have someone who, among those people who qualifies to be serving in that position that you are appointing them. Give an example, treasurer. You really want somebody with not a biomedical scientist, okay? You want somebody in that line of profession. So this way that we are suggesting now that we nominate people, we would really want for people to be nominated, and they should come from a variety of professions. And from there, even when we are going to be at the AGM and we are electing our executive committee members, we will balance so that we have people from a variety of professions. So that is one of the things that we think we need to look at. The other thing is the membership fee. The Constitution currently prescribes the membership fee. It doesn't seem to be the right thing. Because when there is a need to change it, then you have to have a meeting so that we can amend the Constitution. No, it sounds more like it will be best for the AGM to decide, or to decide on the fee, and that is in place for the time until it's changed. The executive committee maybe can make suggestions to the AGM to say, we think the fee should be this. And then the AGM decides on that, and then it's a fee until there is a time when it has been changed. Okay, there's a need to change it. The other things is, for example, maybe we need to have a look at the membership types that we have in the Constitution. Currently, we only have the full membership, which is for alumni and former teachers. Okay. I almost forgot that key group who are part of OSHA. Not just alumni, but our former teachers. They are also welcome. They are part of our association. They can take up membership. So then the second membership type is honorary membership. The one that, the OSHA can decide to confer that honorary membership to this and this person based on some criteria that they think have been met. Now, there might be a situation where we have people who are friends of OHS. It could be just our Elson members. It could be people who are from the, I want to be part of that group. That is working, that has united, to support OHS. Maybe because they are parents of learners at OHS. So we need to think, there are other associations have, other types of membership which people like that can join. Perhaps it's time we also look at that and see how we can add that to our constitution. Because right now, that provision is not there. So anyway, those are just a few examples of a few things that I think we need to look at in the constitution. So we'll get into the details of the other issues when we are discussing the constitution on our social platforms, via email and so on. Let's talk about that. We also felt that perhaps there's a need to have an administrator for OSHA. Like I was saying, even the office bearers for OSHA, they are few, probably the number need to be increased. And these are people who are just working, volunteering on the side, on top of the other responsibilities that they have in their lives. So when they are few and it's volunteering, sometimes it is difficult for these people to make enough time to attend to OSHA issues. So we thought maybe an administrator can be hired by OSHA, and if we go that route, that means OSHA need to really work hard. Members of OSHA, make sure that they work hard. We have funds, and we are able to meet the financial needs of the administrator. And it doesn't have to be an employee hired. It can be, some of the services can be outsourced to companies out there that provide the service. And so that, just to make sure that the tasks or activities that should be undertaken are not falling behind. I can give an example. There is currently in the Constitution provision that says that the executive committee will have to meet within a month of having received application forms for membership and make a decision and inform the applicants. Now, if you think about it, just imagine, within a month, how often will the executive committee will have to meet in order for them to meet that prescription of the Constitution? So it's not. So maybe it's perhaps even one of the things that need to be amended when you are talking about amending the Constitution. So we really need to have a good look at the Constitution so that we can amend it so in a way that it is going to be a tool that is allowing us to work better in support, of our, for our association and OHS. I've come to the end of my speech. It's very short because I don't want to take up time. We do have Natalia, the chairperson of the think tank, who will be talking about more on the way forward, the strategies that we have planned or put in place, and how we are going to, activities that we have planned to undertake so that we can fundraise. Really, the whole idea is to revive our association. Now, ladies and gentlemen, fellow alumni, Oshigambo High School gave us the best basic education in Namibia. Especially if you even talk about way before independence, it was second to none. And that is testimony of why we have so many of our leaders in this country, government, business, and so on. You find them, you have so many alumni of OHS. This is a school that really was, and for many years had been funded by missionaries, by our parents who are members of LSIN, who are just eking out their living here and there. They don't have much. Yet they made sure that OHS was functioning and we got the good education. We have been blessed. We have been given much. We really have a responsibility to make sure that we take care of the Namibian child. So much is expected from us. I am pleading with all of us. We are many. If we all join our hands, we make contributions, the little contribution that each one of us can make, when put together, combined together, it will be quite significant. It will be quite significant. I am calling upon you, fellow alumni. Let us join OSHA. Let us revive our association so that we can give the Namibian child at OHS the best education that we were given. That, basically what you can, there is nothing that is better than giving the education except the word of God. So it's second to none. So we educate the Namibian child, then the future of this country is bright. So with that, those few words, I thank you for listening, and I wish all of us a fruitful meeting. Yeah, there I'm leaving you with a few photos from the founding of OSHA. I don't know how many of you were there. I see General Nathinga was there. So it's the only one I think that is here today. The rest, you are newcomers just like me.
Okay, a round of applause to the acting chairperson of Oshigambo High School Alumni Association. Thank you so much, Meme Evalisa Kafidi, for that presentation. Next on the agenda is the updates on finances to be brought by Mr. Oni Elago. Now, so I would, at this juncture, like to please caution the following speakers, or the coming speakers, to, in the interest of time, keep the presentation brief. Thank you. But I guess finances can never be brief, or can they? I don't know.
Mangata yeah, thank you for the opportunity. My voice is a bit hoarse this morning, and you have to bear with me on that. Let me take up the opportunity to talk about money matters of the association. But I think before I do that, can I just request Madam Acting Chair just to return to the podium so that she can introduce her committee members. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elago. Okay. Fellow alumni, standing in front of you are members of the executive committee. Right here, we have Mr. Oni Elago. He is our treasurer. Next to him, we have Madam Martha Dama. She is responsible for membership drive. And then, next to Madam Martha, there is Tate Tauno Shivote. We have one member of ours who is not here, and that is Mr. Oni Ithete. He actually tendered his apology, so that's why he's not here. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I feel now I can proceed with my task. We just have some technical glitches. While that is being ironed out, let me take this opportunity once again to welcome everybody, and I hope I'm not going to bore you out with a lot of numbers and financial matters. And we are aware that some of you have been wishing for this moment to come, where OSHA is talking about financials, which has not really been coming, and there is a main reason why that has not been done, and I think Madam Chair quipped on that. There is a need to amend the Constitution. It was constitutionally not possible to do so. All right, my presentation is having a few items. I'm having 8 items that I'm going to go through, and I'm going to pick up a bit of speed, and where I cannot really elaborate deep, I'm glad that I'm having my think tank team, and they are going to assist with just digesting and diving into some financial numbers. So the content is, the first item is to have a look at the association's financial review, and secondly, look at the latest year-end financial position, and then financial performance, latest year-end cash positions, association's financial outlook and plans, and then the acknowledgement, the accounting and reporting processes, and then finally the closing remarks. Right. I think it's very important so that I can lay a bit of groundwork. The Madam Chair has already alluded on to this one. But before OSHA, there was Oshigambo High School Graduate Network. And this was a team of like-minded people, ex-Oshigambo alumni students, who actually came together to discuss about their alma mater and come up with plans on how to support the alma mater. And then after that, subsequent to that, OSHA was born in November 2010 here in Windhoek. And it is a non-profit association, which means we cannot do any trading. We cannot actually participate in any profit-making activities. That is what our Constitution says. Now, When Osha was born, we didn't have an account. However, the Graduates Network were generous enough to offer us an opportunity to make use of their account. And that is why, for those who have been contributing money into our account, you see that it does not reflect the Alumni Association, but it talks about OHS Graduate Network. That is the name of the account. But the numbers and everything is correct. So even though the name is slightly different, the money is going to land in the right coffers. Now, Osha is having an inflow of money that is basically coming in terms of contribution by the alumni, which is coming into two streams. One of the streams is targeted projects, whereby alumni contribute themselves to raise funds for a targeted project, and Madam Chair talked about one of that. And the other one is basically to membership, where members are signed up and pay a contribution on a monthly basis or however they feel like. Now, in the accounting process of the books of Osha, we are guided by 4 pillars. There is accounting, which means we account for each and every little cent that you put in. It's taken account for. And accountability, that we remain accountable for that. Whatever you give us, we remain accountable for that, and we are answerable for that. And the third one is the integrity, which means we do the right thing when nobody else is watching. So, and the fourth one is respect. We treat our customers with respect. And the customers that we have is basically the alumni that are contributing into the account. Now, the activities, I'm going to talk about the activities from the year 2014 up to 2023. You ask yourself, why 2014 if the association was born in 2010? 2014, mainly because that is actually at the time when the account was given to the association. And 2023, it's because currently we have financial statements which are ready and available for viewing up to the financial year 2023. Some activities that were taken up is in 2016, in September, we held, Osha actually funded memorial services both at Oshigambo and in Windhoek for our esteemed teacher, Memelahia Lektonen. We spent about 18,000. And secondly, in May 2019, Osha again funded 2 memorial service activities, one in Windhoek and one at Oshigambo, and to the tune of about 14,000. And the third memorial service for another teacher, Meme Korhonen, in 2019, December, to the tune of about 5,000. Now, other activities that, of which Madam Chair alluded to is the first is the fundraising of the refurbishing of beds in 2018. And that cost you, and you contributed to this because we mobilized you and you actually generously came to the board. And we paid out over 323,000 for that. And second fundraising activity, seeing that now the beds are in a better shape, we found out the mattresses are in a shabby shape. And as such, another fundraising activity was actually initiated to consider replacing the mattresses which were actually worn out. The total cost of the mattresses was about 430,000, of which we entered an agreement with the school so that the association can pay 1/3 to the tune of about 108,000, and then the school paid the rest. The third fundraising activity was an emergency response of people at Tualoloka residents in Wolfish Bay, who were actually in an adverse situation as a result of the fire. And they were very desperate. And you generously, fellow alumni, proposed to raise funds so that we can support them. And to that tune, we contributed about 10,500. And all of this has been delivered and acknowledged. The other initiative is basically the long-term initiative, and that is basically the OSHA membership contribution. That is what is actually sustaining the account of the association. I'm just going to dive in a little bit so that I can give you some figures. I apologize that the visuals of the graph are not that clear. Just to share with you the activity. Now, what we are seeing here is the number of OSHA members who were contributing per year. And these are average numbers. So which means somehow maybe the number is slightly higher, some are a bit low. But at any given time, when OSHA started at the far right in 2014, we only had basically one member that was contributing membership money to that account. It went up to 7, and then to 8. And then around the year 2017 to 2019, that is when the association was at the peak in terms of membership contribution, whereby we peaked to about 30.7. The actual number is about, for the highest was about 42, and then the lowest was about 25, around that peak period. And then after that, it was for that era was actually followed by the economic downturn, which resulted into a downfall. And while we are in the process of recovery, then COVID kicked in, another downfall. We dived deep and we never really recovered after that. By today, which is at the far right, there is only about 6.2 members contributing to the association. Now, these are the actual amount of money, and this graph is actually talking to the first graph. And the peak is, again, as you can see, is around the year 2018 and 2019. Why? Because that is a time when the association was really mobilizing people to contribute to Oshigambo High School projects, and subsequent to that, they contributed to membership. But then the rest follows without further explanation. So the highest that we were able to contribute to raise in terms of finances per year is about 55,000. Now the graph that you see, this is very regrettable, is basically the actual number of participants per cluster. And you can see this is actually forming a bell-shaped curve, and that is expected. And the first cluster started from the year 1960, and I have actually split it into the cluster period, which is 5 years. There is activities that are happening there. And I think that activity starts from the cluster period that starts from the year 1969. So before that, there is basically a zero, and I cut it off. And it peaks where you see the peak. That is basically the cluster period between 1982 to 1986. That is the peak that you are seeing. And it slides down, and then The second last peak is basically the cluster period of 1995 to 1999. And then we have some active members. The last ditch that you will see off is the last, that's the class of 00 to 004. And that is the last contribution in terms of clusters that we are seeing in the account. Now, the actual fees collected, it's almost in line with the other previous graph that you see. That now we see that the first few clusters, if you look at in terms of numbers, I think there is only 2 people on the first marker that you see there. And those 2 people are contributing too much. I mean, as much as that. And then there comes now the middle peak. There is the cluster period of around 82, 86, as I talked about. And then we have that highest one, and that is the cluster of 1995 to 1999. And you'll be surprised that it's only 2 people that are contributing so much. And I need to acknowledge that because one member of that class has paid up membership up to the year 2030, as we sit here. I think that needs a round of applause. Whether that is a good thing, I don't know, but it's worth acknowledging. Right, the next graph is basically contribution grouped in decades of excellence, which means now lumping all these things, all these cluster groups into 10 years, 10 years, 10 years. And again, it just follows the bell-shaped curve, as I talked about earlier. Again, the peak, same cluster period of around 86, 82, 86. All right, now these are the numbers which are really difficult for me to explain because I'm not accounting by discipline. But this is the year-end financial position up to the year for 2023. The assets of the association in 2022 were actually at 321,907. In come 2023, we are sitting at about 337 and 176. And those are actually the total equity and liabilities of the association. And then the year-end financial performance, which is now the actual financial performance of that specific year. The revenues that came in, comprising of interest received and then membership, in 2022 is 20,617. And 2023 is 17,444. And we have some administrative expenses. And this is comprising of bank charges. Basically, there has not been any activity other than bank charges that is taking place in our account, apart from the fundraising that we did and we paid out, or maybe memorial services that we held and we have to pay some logistical costs. The surplus for the year ending 2023 is actually 15,269, and for the previous year is 18,817. And I think this is speaking basically to the first slide that I shared, where you see the decline from the peak to the low. So that is why that surplus for 2023 is appearing to be lower. Now, the actual cash position for the year ending 2023. Now, the net cash flow from operating activities, 2022 is 18,817. 2023 is 15,269. And the bottom figure, which is basically the cash and cash equivalents at the end of the year, is for 2022, it was $213.79, and then 2023 is 228,348 Namibian dollars. Now, those are the numbers, and I hope they are going to inspire some energy and drive to drive this association to a better level. And I believe there is potential in all the alumni if we put our heads together. Now, the financial outlook and plans. I said here is positive. It's positive, but on a downhill. Now, we need to actually embrace that and ensure that we climb the ladder that we need to climb as Oshigambo High School ex-students. And the plans, towards the end of last year, we received a request, or the EXCO received a request so that the association can consider funding the chicken coop. I don't know whether that word is correct. Some English people here, I don't know. So chicken thing project at Oshigambo. But there was not really any uptake. Why? Because of what Madam Chair just alluded to. The EXCO is really tired. They have been here forever, for as long as we can remember. In my sake, I've been a member of the EXCO since 2012. You can tell. Basically, there's a need for new energy to drive this forward. So it remains in a plan. It's not taken off the roll, but it remains in the plan. So the other plan is basically vigorous funding. I'm not going to talk in details on that. We need funds so that we can be able to deliver on the objectives of the association. Now, acknowledgement from the financial table is the positives, is the successes that have been achieved, is the alumni's positive response and the goodwill to get involved in targeted projects. That is a positive. And the ability to plow back to society. We have potential. We just need to harvest that potential. And thirdly, dedicated OSHA members that sustained the OSHA coffers. During highs and lows, there was a consistent backbone of 6 members that carried this association when everybody has fallen off. And mind you, the numbers that I actually shared about actual member participation does not mean that those members remained on board all the time. According to the Constitution, I mean, if you didn't pay up for 3 months, you technically fall off. So these are the numbers that actually contributed at some point in time. But there was a backbone of only about 6 people that continuously and holistically carried this association in terms of membership. Dedicated OSHA member paid up to September 2030. I talked about that one. That is a member of a class of 95 to 99. I don't want to mention the name, but I know who it is. Now, the potential gains, and I think these are the areas where there's room for improvement. I did not want to say so, and I did not want to say these are challenges. We have potential gains in this area. The poor referencing when depositing money into OSHA account. It's really making difficult for me as your treasurer to identify who has deposited what money. Sometimes there is no cell phone number or contact number where you can reach out. And maybe you have seen that at some point I would put on the general alumni WhatsApp page, who has contributed what, please contact me. So there is room for improvement to improve on the referencing. And secondly, the low number of OSHA members. we have an extreme low number of OSHA members, if you consider the number of alumni that have exited from the alma mater. 6.2 paid up members is very, very insignificant. It's not even making any impact on anything. Now, on this point, when I have been talking to fellow alumni, I realized that fellow alumni, some of them do not identify the difference between Oshigambo High School alumni and an OSHA member. They thought it's one and the same thing. It's not. It's not. However, what is true is that all OSHA members are Oshigambo High School alumni, but the contrary is not true. We have quite a number of alumni, especially on the WhatsApp page, but they are not OSHA members because they are not paid up members. According to the Constitution, that is Article 12.1.7.1 talks about an alumni member is only declared as a member when he is in good standing. In good standing that his membership did not actually go on vacation for more than 3 months. So there is a potential there so that we can increase the number of alumni OSHA members. And the last one, which is really paining me, is basically the lack of interest and the drive to deliberate matters in the line of OSHA objectives. This is evident on the WhatsApp group. When the EXCO posts something, there is hardly any uptake. So there is a room for improvement, and I know that it's just a matter of time for us to turn the tide on that. Very close to the end of my presentation. Now the accounting and reporting, I talked about those 4 pillars, and I'm not going to repeat them again. This is the account of the association. Maybe you can just take a moment to take a snapshot for yourself. And what is important is to know that this is a savings account. It's not a current account. Please make sure that when you do your deposit, and there is an option of identifying whether it's a savings account or a graduate account, or checking a current account, tick savings. In the past, I don't know how technically possible it was, there were situations where some people were trying to do online banking, but because they chose current account, the money couldn't go through. So just make sure that you actually take note of that. And according to our Constitution, Article 11.2.5, financial statements are available for viewing by members. So if there is a member who is willing to view the books of OSHA in terms of financial statement, you are welcome to contact me, and I will share. What we shared here is just basically the year 2023, but we have financial statements from 2007 up to 2023. We have them. And lastly, on this page is basically membership. Database is also available for viewing members. If members want to see how they have been contributing. I literally labored to make sure that I tick every time you make a contribution. I have that record, and you are welcome to contact me. There are maybe 3 people that have paid into their future, but some of us are lagging in the past, and we need to pick up pace in that regard. I now believe, as a closing remark, that the alumni pose the ability to make a meaningful contribution to OSHA and enable OSHA to ensure that the alma mater remain current, sustained, to deliver excellent academic performance. That is why we are here, is because of the excellent academic performance of the school. Thank you very much. And I appreciate you. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Tate Lago, for that very elaborate presentation. And also very informative, except the part of the numbers there, 6 members contributing. And how many are we here? Information like this requires a coffee break. Yeah, so we are going to break for 10 minutes. There's a coffee over there. And then, yes, maybe Avesha could also just make sure you are still, the skills are still polished. Maybe give us one song while we indulge in coffee. All right, thank you. So 10 minutes, and then we are back at, what's the time now? Yeah? At exactly 40 minutes past 3, we shall reconvene.
langa bekwa ofemba wetu o unomfinda emanguluko langa bekwa ofemba wetu o unomfinda emanguluko langa bekwa ofemba wetu o unomfinde emanguluko langa bekwa mokukala kwetu tuno mayele mokuyenda tuche twamanguluka ofemba wetu o unomfinda emanguluko langa bekwa ofemba wetu o unomfinde emanguluko langa bekwa ofemba wetu o unomfinda emanguluko langa bekwa ofemba wetu o unomfinda emanguluko langa bekwa mokupopsa kwange titimbulukwe omkwetu winya November waye ofemba wetu o unomfinda emanguluko langa bekwa mokupopsa kwange ditimbulukwe omkwetu winya November waye ofemba wetu o unomfinda emanguluko langa bekwa ofemba wetu o unomfinda emanguluko langa bekwa mokukufombinga mehokololo ndia mekwinya kefimaneko ofemba wetu o unomfinda emanguluko langa bekwa ofemba wetu o unomfinda emanguluko langa bekwa mokukala kwetu tuno mayele mokuenda tuche twamanguluka ofemba wetu ounomfinda emanguluko langa bekwa mokupopsa kwange nditimbulukwe omkwetu inya noufemba waye ofemba wetu ounomfinda emanguluko langa bekwa ofemba wetu ounomfinda emanguluko langa bekwa mokukufombinga mehokololo ndiamekwinya kefimaneko ofemba wetu ounomfinda emanguluko langa bekwa ofemba wetu ounomfinda emanguluko langa bekwa Thank you.
Back safely and sound? Okay. After hearing what Tate Elago presented, the House took a break, deliberate on this issue at hand, and with the help of the coffee, we have reached a conclusion. So I would like to invite Meme Martha Dama to come and present the way forward, because what we require is a robust recruitment exercise. So she's going to come here and finish us with the details of how that will be done, because each one must reach 20 from here today. Thank you. Ms. Dama, the floor is yours. Oh, and thank you, Aveshe, for keeping us entertained while we ate. Thank you.
Thank you, Director of Ceremony, and good afternoon to you all. And a special welcome in afternoon to my former teacher and the former principal of Oshigambo High School and his entourage. A round of applause to them, please. I take it that the fact that we are all here, you take time aside to come and listen what we have been sharing, what we have been communicating on the social media, is because you have made a conscious decision to make a difference. Therefore, I don't even want to dwell back on the question that was posed before the break, because I'm sure that we have all taken another introspection into ourselves and make a commitment to make a difference of the going forward. Are we together? Can I get a confirmation? Thank you. With that said, maybe the question that we still need to remind ourselves is about what is really this membership all about? If we are truly committed and proud for Oshigambo High School, if Oshigambo High School is in our DNA, what is that we need to do to assume and affirm that we truly mean business? To affirm to ourselves and to anybody out there that will meet across to say, yes, we are from Oshigambo High School, we are product of the Oshigambo High School, and we are committed to make a difference. Therefore, when we are talking about the purpose of enrolling for membership, it means that we'll need to increase the membership uptake for one sole reason, and that is really to increase the income of our accounts. We have just recently, in the previous presentation, seen the figures, how our account status look like. Secondly, it's all about to have access to the platform. Yes, we had a WhatsApp group for everyone, but as my previous speaker has indicated too, that he's at pain, and we are all at pain, that we seem to be diverting to the objectives of the schools. We seem to be diverting about the strategic intent and the purpose this association was established for. Therefore, going forward, without preempting an additional information that we listen, we will going to make a difference so that we have a selective group solely that will focus on alma maters. With that said, it is also a right thing to do. Truly, if we are all proud of members of Oshigambo High School, if we are all proud to make a difference for the new generations, for the learners, we need to give back to the community. We need to give back to the society. It's a right thing to do. Everything that we have, the resources that we have, is to make a difference on other people's lives. With that said, it's also a commitment for our pledge that truly we mean it, what we say. It's no longer a matter of blame game. Yes, let bygone be bygone. Yeah, in terms of like how we have been performing in contributing and paying for our membership fees. But what we are saying now, from now on, having heard the status, having reaffirmed our commitment, let's move forward with a new page. Another reason why we have to do it, it is the responsibility of you and I to make a difference in terms of shaping the future, meaning that tomorrow will only be better if we can make a difference in contributing in the new generations, directly or indirectly. Not many of the students, not everybody had an opportunity even to make it, to get accepted at Oshigambo High School. But you and I, we were. Why can we not give return to the others? So, now that we know why we have to do it, the question is, what is the means of reaching there? We have talked about, also in the previous presentations, we've heard about this, the membership application that we can get in touch, access, and completely fill it so that you can get your identity, so that you can affirm your relationship with Alumni Matters. This will be a mandatory application form. It will be shared on the media, as we also have, I believe here, some copies which are on hard copies that you can just quickly grab on first come, first serve basis, and then complete them, and the matter is closed. It is very important to note that it's very simple. It's one page, literally, so to say, and we expect it to be completed in full. What is also key in that application form, there is number of information, particularly when it comes to the year of your enrollment, the exit year, and the class year that you associate with yourself. This information is very critical because we use this information to allocate your membership number. I repeat, the year of your enrollment, the year of your exit, and the class number that you associate yourself with. These are very key information that we use to allocate your membership number. Once you have completed your membership application form, then you can email it to the email address that is displayed on the screen. I hope it is visible, clear. If the form, if the font is not clear, which I believe it's not clear, we can still repeat it. I read it. It's osha.login@gmail.com. osha.login@gmail.com. We are living in the digital transformation era. Kindly, we want to urge you all to email because dealing with hard copy it's another administrative burden. Thank you. Maybe I need help here so that we can just display the application form on the screen for us, just so to leave that mental note of how it looks like. And when we get it, when you grab it from whatever social media or whatever medium you'll get, then at least you know how it looks like. It's very pretty straightforward, and it's a one-page document that you can use and complete it literally within 5 minutes of your time. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your kind attention.
Okay. Thank you, Martha. I see you being advised to come back. Will you be coming back? Okay. I see here it says maiden name. I think the provision should be made for those that change people's maiden names to also be part of the...
Thank you. There was a question that was posed with regard to the membership fee. It's an amount of 150 Namibian dollars per month. Only, I repeat, 150 Namibian dollars per month. So it's up to you if you want to pay on monthly basis or for a whole year. We'll leave it up to you. Yeah, with regard to the email address, it is also displayed on the form. So you don't have to memorize it. I hope that is clear. Thank you. There's a hand up there. Oh yeah, all right, thank you. Over, back to the chair.
Yes, just a quick note to those that are watching online and are in Windhoek. Just want to tell you that we just had coffee. The lunch is about to start, so you can make your way to Kubata. So you'll join us for lunch, and also to say hi to Tate Henok. He's here. I'm sure you haven't seen him in a long time. Yes, without further ado, I would like to call on the chairperson of the think tank. Things are beginning to sound familiar now. The think tank of the OSHA, that is Miss Natalia Haulofu, to come and give us a brief on the matter of reshaping the Oshigambo High School Alumni Association. Ana sitane, before we get no podium, I mean. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As I was introduced, I'm Natalia Haulofu, class of 1996 to 2000. I'm currently serving as the chairperson for the think tank. And I would like to introduce the think tank for the ones that are here. Can you please come forward, think tank? Mendel? Okay. The think tank has got 12 members. Today we have got 6 of us that are present, and other 6 are actually living outside Windhoek, and they have tendered their apologies. So on my right, we have Mendel Talala Amlungu, class of 1995. Then next to me is Julius Ngikevali, class of 1996. Followed by Petrina Haipinge, class of 2009. Followed by Desmond Tutu. He's very well known as Tutu. And it was actually his cell phone that we shared on the radio. So class of 2004. Then lastly is Eben Haihambo, class of 2008. And I also just would like to say that Eben has been in charge of our advertisements and all the social media updates. Thank you very much. So those are the members that are present. So in absentia is Mbushanjen Tinda, class of 1999, Emmanuel Hango, class of 2001, Ialo Constantinus, class of 2005, Aina Ndungula, class of 2005, Thomas Aipanda, class of 2006, then Elaine Namwea, class of 2013. So these are the people that are bringing new ideas as we have been tasked by the executive team. Thank you. You may take your seats. Okay. We would like now to talk about the future. Really, these are just ideas that the think tank brought on the table and how we envision OSHA in the future. So for every institution, for every household, everyone in this lifetime has got a purpose. So what is our purpose as OSHA? We want to leave a good legacy. We want to be good ancestors. And we want to sow seeds. So today we are sowing a seed. So what are the big ideas? So we have got 3. Creating a sustainable fund for OH projects. Creating a professional skills database for alumni. Then creating product database for alumni. Many of us are running businesses and we don't know them. So we would like to have those databases. I think Tata Oni has spoken about the legal body, OSHA, a voluntary association. The question that we had on our group was, can a voluntary association transact on its own? Or can we rather have a Section 21 company or a trust? These are questions that we would be probably answering at the AGM, and we need legal guidance because every entity comes with different requirements according to our laws. So what are the fundraising ideas? We have had few people contributing. So we would like to perhaps encourage an alumni class that maybe for a specific project, if the school comes to us and they identify a need and we indicate to them, every person in that specific class can contribute $500 towards a project. Then a second idea was brought on lifetime membership to perhaps contribute 2,000 or raise 50,000 per class. We would like to open a shop for OHS branded items, like some significant alumni in the world. They have hoodies and caps, so we can do one for Oshigambo. The last idea is to benefit from the CSI initiatives of other institutions. Large corporations are giving out money to registered entities. And this is what actually brought us the question of, can we rather be a Section 21 so that we can be giving tax certificates, for example, to those institutions that are donating to us. Then investment options, if we raise now the money with the ideas that we raised, we want to have a balanced investment strategy. We don't want to continue with Omahanga. So we want to raise the money, invest it somewhere, and have that proper investment that can pay back to the school. So what are the short-term options? Probably a money market account. And long-term, our government is selling bonds. We can buy government bonds and have this at a lifetime and probably earn more interest. 10.25% interest is not bad. Then again, we can look at the equity market. What is the market offering us? Can we buy shares? But all this stuff speaks to the kind of legal entity and body that we are going to have. So we have a hypothetical scenario. So we said if 1,003 members and they contribute to 2,000, that will give us 2.6 million. And if we buy a GC50 government bond, we'll be earning 266,500. And if we were to buy that next year, 2026, and put that investment without taking it out to 2051, we will have 6.6 million. That is a seed as an alumni that we can put out there. Or if we decide each class raises the 50,000 and we get to 10 million as Oshigambo graduates, we are powerful, aren't we? Then we can get 1 million. And that 1 million will be then contributing to the school. And from 2026 to 2051, we have 25. So those are ideas that were brought on the table, and that's what we want to see in the future. And still continue to pay membership because we have other additional activities. This is just towards contributing to the school. So the existing structures, the bank account was already shared. But we are also aware that there are certain classes that have got their own bank accounts. So they can use those platforms to raise the money for the ideas that we brought up. Then we have identified the need of an administrator. There's a lot of work to run in an association, and this is voluntary. I think if we look at the team, the amount of work that we put in the past few months, it has been really busy. Each one of us is employed. We are sacrificing our time. And in the evenings, that's when we come do OSHA activities. So we have identified a need of hiring a part-time administrator to assist the treasurer. So for example, if someone sends out the application, they should be able to get a response immediately and say your form has been received, your payment has been received too. Then we have got a constitution that requires us to be audited. So books need to be prepared, then eventually they need to be audited so that we have audited financials at the AGM. All this requires a lot of work and time. Then what is important is to maintain transparency, because it will be ideal if we can give out reports on a quarterly basis and eventually on a yearly basis to the paid up members, of course. Right now we have existing committees, so we broke up the think tank in various committees. So the first committee that was introduced, you have seen, the executive, and the think tank is supporting this. Then out of the think tank, we created a finance and audit committee. to run the activities financially, and I support the treasurer. Then we have the communication that has really done a wonderful job in putting together this event. However, we are in need of additional committees. And when I introduced the team, I've indicated to what class are they from. So fellow graduates, especially if you're attending online and you know your class is not represented in the committees, please already think about your representatives. Because we need a committee for IT and website management. We need fundraising and investment. We have a lot of people that we know that are doing this professionally, that are graduates of Oshigambo High School. Then the events management, because the event is very, very important for us, because that will be a platform for us to network. Then what are the possible projects that we thought of? Is the school infrastructure maintenance. There are still old buildings, and I'm sure that the Congo will probably give us an update. There was an idea that was brought up of creating a vocational school, because we are offering a science curriculum, so why can't we do something like that? Then the school career phase, we need to really give back in terms of sharing our knowledge in the careers that we are in. There is also an important aspect of learner job shadowing programs, that sometimes you have an idea for what you want to be. Let's say I want to be a surgeon, but I've never been in a theater. So if we have people among us ourselves that can actually allow learners to come and spend a day with them in their professions. These are placements that we could arrange as an alumni. Then we have an important activity, farming activities. I think the country is going and following the agricultural route. We need to have our own food. And a chicken coop, we actually left it there because this has been a conversation that has started, I think, in 2022, when Alumni has contributed towards that idea. So we want to see it take off. Then what are the benefits that we thought that alumni can get? As human beings, we like to be associated to something and say, I'm a member of this group. So we probably want to give out badges then that you can have as a lifetime and say, I'm a product of Oshigambo High School. And for those that have businesses, we want to allow you to market your products on our pages. Then, of course, the exclusive events invitations. We want to have conversations that are not open to the public and really discuss our ideas. Then our identity. As I think I've alluded to earlier, we want to have branded items. The woodies, sweaters, t-shirts, socks, professional document folders for those that would want to go to meetings carrying Oshigambo High School folders. Then, of course, bags. So the idea of the database could actually be hosted on a new website, or probably team up with a school and have this hosted on their website. But the IT gurus can actually guide us. We want to link the graduates and skills and products to Oshigambo High School. So we don't have to struggle because we have so many people that are in different professions that we can just actually get at the click of a button. Then what are the benefits of doing this? It's access to multiple professionals. We want to host our events and networking sessions. We can also have a mentoring program, because we have a lot of people that are educated in senior positions that can mentor some of the upcoming graduates. Then training programs, whatever we can think of. If maybe we identify a need in a community, then we can train. Then social media, networks, conversations, then the marathons. I think all of us are trying to be fit. And for those that live in Windhoek, this is actually a very important thing, because after every weekend, you see a marathon somewhere. This is something that we can do. Then public talks and engagements, and of course the job shadowing that I've alluded to earlier. So we are asking ourselves, looking at our turnouts and the participation that we have or have had in the past events. So we like the following. Our social media pages were just created a few days ago, and we have got quite a good following. So we want to try and get every single individual that left Oshigambo High School that's on social media to join our pages. Then we want the investment committee to explore the aspect of the financial market and really think about long-term. Because what we could do, for example, if we had to buy a government bond, that is a lifetime seed that we will not take out and just keep on reinvesting it. Then we need to have flexible short-term options that as well can yield more interest, but at least that are kept in different markets that they can yield different interest rates. Our challenge right now is the buy-in. And I think we all have a part to play to really just encourage our fellow graduates to join our network. It's the challenge that was spoken about by the treasurer already, how to raise funds and invest it, and manage funds and deploy funds. So please, as a community, let's work together and change this narrative. So what do we need? All that we really need right now is the willingness to serve and to avail time. We need to capitalize on the experiences that we have and the expertise that we have. And innovation should really work in our favor to introduce sustainable initiatives. So this we already have, the WhatsApp broadcasts. I think most of our senior graduates are on the OSHA platform. So we want to make that productive and contribute to the discussions of Oshigambo High School and the alumni. Then our Facebook page. Then we brought the idea of the Google form so that we just acquaint ourselves with that. I know we are from the different generations, but it will be easier once the information is sent out. Then it can be processed faster. So we are also planning to have a LinkedIn page so that we can link all our professionals there. Then of course the OHS Alumni website. So that is my last slide, and we want to talk about our winning aspiration. Our idea is to leverage on the successful alumni to create a lifetime legacy for the school, because we are products of Oshigambo High School. So we can have questions and comments and contributions, or maybe those online, if there are comments and contributions, you can also post them. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So please hold on to your questions. Then we can have a discussion at a later stage. Thank you.
Ningopune proje ndereri tari buruku. Kuivivimika? Okay. Ewa. Thank you. Chairperson of the think tank and the think tank. Hopefully next year you become a think them. Eh? And only wish you become bigger, and we definitely are with you in your endeavors. We'll support you and in spreading the message and making sure success is achieved. After all, we are from Oshigambo. Nothing really is impossible with us. That's the attitude most of us carry throughout life. Yes. Who amongst us have been to Oshigambo in the past 2 years? By raise of hand. Except those that live there. Okay. The only familiar thing there is the river. Yes, and to navigate us through that transformative journey is the principal himself, the man behind the changes and the improvements. Give a round of applause, a resounding round of applause for Mr. Phineas Ekongo, the incumbent principal of Oshigambo High School.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. Dear esteemed OSHA, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Is it evening or afternoon? Okay, thank you very much. I'm very much, I do feel honored to be here this afternoon. But before I dive in and share with you the dimension and magnitude of the transformation that took place and is still happening at Oshigambo High School, allow me first of all to introduce the delegation that I came with or brought me here or that I came with from the north. I find it's very much important to introduce them. And I should start with well-known icon of this almighty Oshigambo High School. And here I'm referring to the person who made me to understand Oshigambo High School much better. And he's also the one who's connecting us to you. And that is, I'm referring to Reverend Fribus Enoch. I'm very much proud to work with him. I should further introduce the policymaker and the person who is always reviewing the policies within the school, the person with the school at heart, and the one that is dedicated and delegated to be part of the school through Elsin. And I'm here referring to Reverend Simon Itura. I am very much proud to be part and parcel of Oshigambo High School because of the good ideas and the vision that I'm getting always from one of the persons who have got Oshigambo at heart. And here I'm referring to the school board member. Allow me to mention his name and Mr. Tauno Shivute. Now coming to the last, not the least, is Mr. Mporo Ndapumbiwa, the hostel superintendent, the man who work like a, and let me swallow that word. And I'm very much proud to have that gentleman. I found him, he understands the school much better, and he's the one who gave me orientation of Oshigambo High School, and I got to understand the deeper and the inner part of Oshigambo. That made my work much easier, and I'm very much proud of you, Mr. Ndapumbiwa Mporo. Now back to my speech. I should present and submit before you, dear OSHA present this afternoon, that running Oshigambo High School has been the most meaningful, and I should further submit that, but simplest task I ever had as a school principal. I have run a number of schools, and more importantly, government schools. But I find running Oshigambo High School as the most simple ever task that I had in my lifetime. Now, simple because of the good relationships we have with all stakeholders. And I should single out one, the previous school leaders, and I should indicate that they build a very good foundation where I just started working on with easy. That's why people are saying, a Congo is doing good things at Oshigambo High School. No, let us start with Uncle Henok. He's the one who laid the foundation. I should say we have got a very good communication, better understanding with one another when it's come to the school board. That is really driving the school, and I'm always getting the best support from them. I should not at all forget the owner and the custodian of the school, that's the church Elsin. Every time we have got some issues and other things that we need to run around and find our way to hide ourselves, we always go around them, behind them. And they always give us the protection. So we are very much proud of them. Osha, you came completely at position, I don't know, but I should leave that one position. That now, since I joined Oshigambo in 2018 end, I got to know your support right away. You have done much, and you have demonstrated, and I should say Oshigambo High School is the only school I have observed whereby their products are following the school. It never happened like that one anyway. All the schools, number of the schools to say that I have led as a school principal, once the students graduate, it's gone good forever. Amen. But Oshigambo High School products are moving around and going around the school and all those kind of things. What kind of good thing that Oshigambo has done to you? It is very rare, and I'm very proud of you. We have a good relationship with our parents who still believe in our vision. We have quite a number of students standing at 528 at the moment, staff members standing around 50, and academic excellence is part of us. We are also engaging the community. The school has been supported by the community in many ways, and the ways possible, we also support the community as part of our ethos and responsibilities as a school. I should now come to the point by saying Oshigambo High School has endless opportunities for transformation. Everywhere you lend your hands, Oshigambo will always appreciate. I should first of all present one item that was very critical within Oshigambo needs. And I'm talking about infrastructural development. Majority, if not many, infrastructure for Oshigambo High School has been noted and called dilapidated state. We have tried our level best one. to establish and build a complete new hostel for our very good female students. And we have even managed to remove them from the other side of the river bank and stay within the school to give them equal opportunity in terms of studying, since our students do study 24 hours, no limitation, no closing of the hostel. And then we also decided to make sure we give them that, what we call home away from home, whereby the infrastructure is at a standard and it's really, really now appreciated by majority, if not all our students. Next one. Now, we also looked at the classes or class infrastructure development, whereby we have designed a new structure when it's come to the classes, and we are indicating that all the structures that we are going to build, part of the classes should be within that standard, whereby we have got enough space, whereby everything should be of a high standard. I should just state it as such. And the majority of our students are very much happy with that development. We haven't left out the IT development, because IT is becoming the compulsory items within our lifetimes and daily life. And therefore, as we are indicating now, we have invested heavily when it comes to IT development, whereby each and every class has a smart board. Each and every class is connected to Wi-Fi. Each and every educator has a tablet. Each and every classroom has 2 CCTV cameras monitoring the students. And wherever we are, as we were wherever we are, even right at the moment before I stood up to come here, I was watching how the students are doing in the school. I don't need to sit in the school, and in my absence, there should not a difference in any manner. My presence must be observed at any time, at any given time. Therefore, we can monitor, we can hear how our students are presenting and communicating within the school, and at the same time, we can guide our educators on how they are presenting their lessons, and they can also view themselves by reviewing their lessons. That makes them to be better, and that's the reason why Oshigambo High School was number 2 last year in both grade 11 and 12 nationally. Now we have also tried to navigate our way through school media platform or social media platforms, whereby you can also check us through Facebook, TikToks, and others, just to make sure that all the members who have interest in our school and those who also want to advise here and there could view the school on the activities that we are engaging in, and then be able to advise us, because those advice will make a lot to us. One of the most significant and exciting milestones in this journey of developing Oshigambo High School is the forthcoming curriculum expansion. By next year, 2026, Oshigambo High School will extend beyond the secondary phase with the introduction of the primary phase. We now come to a point whereby we want to groom now the young ones and inculcate us in principles from the beginning, so that the moment they are going to reach secondary phase, we have those people that we need. The idea behind this is to ensure that no single child left behind, and more importantly, our students must get that opportunity that they need. There should be not a single student failing in Oshigambo High School. All of them must be able to go to the institution of higher learning. And they should also be able to pick up those challenging careers in their life, not just everything that comes their way because they are not having the required points, but our students must pick up everything up there. We understand correctly that foundation first. And once you have the very strong foundation, excellence will always within your reach. And as such, this sort of development will comes with cost, but we are ready together with you. It will also comes with other services that we need. And I should mention one, that the moment we are going to start now running this phase, whereby the primary phase, the other needs will also come closer. That is, establishment of more hostels of a higher quality to accommodate the young ones, because the service and the needs and needed by the young ones is more completely different from those ones at the secondary level. We understand that in the process, we also require us to bring in transportation services, because some of the students might, or learners might be coming from Ondangwa and elsewhere. There are quite a number of items that we are looking at, but we are facing it. We have framed it already with the school board, and with your support, we can achieve this. And Oshigambo High School must be a hub of education at the north. We can dominate. We have been, Oshigambo High School has been, and had been dominating, and we can continue doing like that by providing quality education, the best of the best, and then be exemplary to the rest. Having said that, now to OSHA, allow me to state that our school development plan is open, is dynamic, is ready to embrace every suggestion. Every act of generosity is more than welcome, and every initiative that can strengthen our mission of excellency is very much welcomed. As I conclude, thank you very much for inviting us at this gathering. Thank you very much for your continuing support. Thank you very much for being the heartbeat of Oshigambo High School. May we always stand united in service of our school and its coming generations. I thank you very much.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, clearly things have changed. Eben there apparently wants to go back, start over again, but I guess that chance is for our children now. No, thank you so much, Mr. Ekongo, for briefing us on what has happened with Oshigambo. We are told Oshigambo has always produced the best, and it has always been the best. And now we rest assured that it will continue being the best. And again, as I have said before, we will support you, this time with our children in the primary school. Because we are beginning to wonder, these window schools are very expensive, but they don't teach the principles of our culture and the language. We are suffering here. So we thank God for you and for the ideas that you have. Yes, we now are supposed to have a musical break. I don't know if we used it during the coffee break, or can we still have it? We can still have it. Yes, before we move on to the next item. I don't know if you're going to play Tutu's requests. Or
no mwenyo mle owoye fimaneka hola nyoko ukale unelao nombili kombada yedu no mwenyo mle owoye. Thank you.
Aveshe Munyika, class of 2002, doing what he loves doing best. So you see, nobody actually believed me when I said I used to be part of this band. But let me tell you a story. I was the drummer in the band. And the drums were made from the paint cans. Une Kenya, jamangra kono dharate. I was very good at that. Yes. Wow, that was beautiful. Thank you so much. And we need to have events of this nature more often so that we rekindle the spirit of Oshigambo, the spirit of loving your neighbor as you love yourself. Sometimes life's battles become a bit tough. We often forget to love thy neighbor as we love ourselves. But events like this, they remind us of where we are coming from and why we started in the first place. Next on the agenda, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to call on the podium the men that raised us, the men that was entrusted by our parents or that stood in for our parents and shaped us into the people tushikuya pokatikantu. So we used to, whenever we went to this STM or Hungi, and I think Tate was the president of STM in the country or something. So whenever he took the podium, the girls then would start, I don't know if it was the Natalias, we didn't find them there, but the other girls. Tate henoka lombwero shiwana sho, tate henoka lombwero shiwana sho, shilombwero ngalo yedulasho, uchonga papeni tate henoko twe kwinekera. Nekomono jokonse, no neifu pipiko nesima nwenene, otandi ithana tate henok.
Yeah, no, this is that. Yeah, I think it was maybe 2000. By 2000, we had an explosive situation. And it was Aveshe Munyika who poured water to distinguish the fire with that song. Thank you very much. Yeah, I was sitting next to Evarisa, and they were joking there that now the road to the beyond the river, is over the river, is now closed. And kuyakova zirapata. Yeah. And I said, Evarisa, man, Omamonitha matihuna, man. Yeah. All the night they were just trying to go in. And we were just acting like policemen. Eh? Oh, Yeah, oh, se otuli neko village, o hatu pocharo Oshigambo. Yeah, no tampa zo shingiri sanga, tam shit bautano ampano. I will speak in broken English from the village. Yeah. The director of ceremony, Mr. Albert Bama, the OSHA organizing committee, the respectful principal for Oshigambo High School, Mr. Phineas Congo, Reverend Simon Itula, my junior and my dean, who is now the chairperson of the Oshigambo High School Board, and Mr. Taun Oshibute, my colleague, and board member. I distinguished former and present Oshigambo High School teachers. I don't know how. Town is, with whom are you here? Yeah, and okay, we have Ampolo. Yeah, and students in your respective capacities, dear guests of honor, may I sincerely and with great appreciation accept the task you have entrusted to me. To me, this is a golden opportunity to be with you today. This is not just an information sharing meeting, but I consider it also as a reunion as well. Because for so many years, we have not been able to see one another face to face as it is happening today. I've been missing so much, and today is a wonderful day indeed. Thanks once again to the organizing committee for initiating this event. Dear brothers and sisters, I informed you last year that I was appointed as a coordinator between you and our beloved Oshigambo High School. I have accepted the responsibility, not because I'm able, but only because I love Oshigambo High School so much. I know some of you have been at Oshigambo for 5 years, 4 years, or 3 years, but I was blessed to be at Oshigambo for 25 years. I thank you so much for also accepting me so that we can work together to assist our former school where we can and to enable it to still continue to provide quality education in our country. Now, in this piece of presentation, I want us to look at this topic, honoring our legacy, the role of alumni in shaping the future of Oshigambo High School. We know Oshigambo High School was established January 1960, with only 2 teachers. Of course, others followed later, namely Taiva Tiranen and Lachia Lechtonen. The first class consisted of 20 learners, that is 4 women and 16 men. Now, these were the founding mothers and fathers of Oshigambo School we are talking about today. And we are proud of that. Through their determination, their sacrifices, they laid a strong foundation on which many have built their academic achievements. As a result, we are here today to proudly honor their legacy. I always consider myself blessed to be part of Oshigambo High School. As I have told you that I've been there for 25 years. I came at a very young, tender age. They were asking me, how old were you when you come to Oshigambo High School? I said I was 35. Yeah, I was 35 years. Yeah, and of course I was also a physical education teacher, and when we went for physical education, I could overrun the learners. Yeah, Attorney General, I think it was only Dr. Pepiu Siku. Eh? It was only Dr. Pepiu Siku who can be closer to me. But yeah, so I came there in 1981. No, first I came there in 1980 as a relief teacher, just for 2 months. And during that short time, the then principal, then Lachia Lechtonen, was impressed by my performance. And she decided to ask the church council to release me from the parish where I was serving, that's Naina. That's why the beginning of 1981, I was transferred to Oshigambo High School as the first chaplain of the school and a teacher of history and biblical studies. Yeah. So now how I performed at that school, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. But to my surprise, when Mr. Timotheus Ndakunda went for inspectorate after independence, the management recommended me to be the vice principal. In a dramatic event, Mrs. Viloma, who was the principal, overturned the table. They pushed me in front so that I can be the principal and she be the vice principal. So I don't know whether I was fortunate or unfortunate. You see, that time I was not a qualified teacher. I was just a pastor. Yeah, I was expelled from school because of politics at Ongwediva Training College. So That's why in 1995 I came to UNAM to study for my postgraduate diploma in education. Yeah, that is the thing. So this was a blessing in my life, but of course to be a principal of that school, it was not a walk in the park. Hey, this these boys, the Bamas and others, yeah, they used to give me a lot of trouble. Yeah, yeah. But anyway, in spite of those many challenges, through hard work and cooperation that I see from my teachers and learners, we kept Oshigambo High School high. You see, there were also many changes at that time because of independence. The curriculum was changed and so on. But our school academic records were very excellent throughout those years. Those were there. I think they can bear my testimony. Now, coming to you as teachers and former learners, the question is, why do you need to honor the legacy of Oshigambo High School? Why? Of course, some of my colleagues have been testifying that they thank God for having the opportunity to serve at Oshigambo High School, because it helped them to grow into maturity. I don't know why. Paulo, you have been at Oshigambo High School for so long. Huh? Others have left, but you are still there. Yeah, we were together in 2017. I came there again for 3 months to serve, and we worked with Paulo. Yeah. Of course, the teachers were there. They feel they were molded and acquired good work ethos and gained leadership skills. As a result, some were promoted as principals, directors of various institutions. Some were even motivated by the school environment and decided to further their studies and acquire higher qualifications. On the learner side, I remember when we send out application forms, we received so many applicants than we could handle. It was only the lucky few who were taken. So you were the lucky ones who managed to pass through the narrow gate of Oshigambo High School. Yeah. Unfortunately, we did not use the back door. No. I refuse to use the back door. Yeah, first come, first serve. You have to deserve it. Your points. It is your points which enabled you to be admitted, not me. It was your performance, not the teachers or the principal. Yeah. Yeah. So, as a result, you had the opportunity to receive your education at Oshigambo High School in accordance with its aims and objectives. And that is to prepare young Namibians for post-matric studies and to become medical doctors, engineers, teachers, nurses, economists, chemists, as well as other professionals. That's what you are today. And also to provide them with quality education. We are talking about quality education at Oshigambo. And to give them a sense of responsibility as well as a strong moral background. You people, you talk about the positions that you are having, and we are honored to have Attorney General in our midst. Yeah? Those people, those are not posts that you can receive on a silver plate. I don't know whether you gave bribe to the president or whatever, but I think it is your performance. They look at your performance, and then, of course, they give such a high position. And that is an honor to the institutions and to all of us. This is what Oshigambo High School did for you, whether you took it or not, but I know this is what enabled you to be where you are and what you are today. Now that the question is, what are we going to do to our beloved Oshigambo High School, the pride of the nation? People, I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed to learn that only 6 former students are contributing to the OSHA. Only 6. 6 former students contributing to OSHA. Oh, I'm sorry. When we were at Oshigambo School, the school was not in a good standard. There were no funds to improve the infrastructures. So you studied under that below standard conditions. I know many places where many of our learners used to come from Gurenguru, Kavango East, Kavango West. There came former Governor Sirika Ausiku. You traveled along, passed through Okongo. Then the Manomatas used to come from there. You come to Enana. Who used to come from Enana? Yeah, I can't remember. You go to Ongenga. The Kafidis are there. You go to Okalongo. The Damas are there. And then you can even go to as far as Eunda. I forget the students who were used to come from Eunda. Come down to Ambalanto. The Nandes. And then maybe you go to Mtele, the Dokosho, the Nashongo. Then you go to Nyulai. There's Ambunda. And then, who's Kayoko? There was Kayoko there, Benita. So, now including the central, all over the places. Now, these learners used to come from those areas where there were no good access roads to the school. This is Ambuane. Yeah, is it from Uparudine? You see. Hey. There were no access roads. The roads were very bad, especially during the rain season. that you went through, you were only coming to Oshigambo High School under going through those harsh conditions. I don't know nothing. Was it Ongangera or General Yakao? Yes, people look, think about the situation. There were no good transports, no taxis, no what. You see, and it was during the war. But you came to Oshigambo High School to get your education. They are either children of the former students of Oshigambo High School or grandchildren of the former Oshigambo High School. I really thank you, former Oshigambo High School students, for establishing OSHA with the aim of assisting and uplifting the standard of our school. Now, this coming together today should devise strategies to put the engine in motion. OSHA should not be a dead entity, but a vibrant association aiming to shape the future of our beloved Oshigambo High School. Let us do something. Let us do something that will keep our legacy alive and motivate the coming generations. I was thinking that maybe you can organize yourself into respective classes or clusters to hold respective reunions, or we can also come together to organize fundraising events where all former teachers and learners could come together, and also maybe OSHA can also revive the sort of the Dr. Madila Trophy, whereby Dr. Madila used to donate 2,000 Namibian dollars to the best student in science subjects. I'm happy the principal was here and has given us a clear picture of where the school stands today. I honor and respect the principal. He's a man with a very big head. He has a computer in his head. And he was able to shape into what it is today. We tried our best, but of course we were very, very conservative, and our picture was not really clear. But this man, I don't know where he come from. But it's a special person. Dear brothers and sisters, with these few words, I have come to the end of my presentation. But before that, may I close this presentation with the scripture reading from Deuteronomy chapter 8, verses 11 to 14, which reads as follows. Make certain that you do not forget the Lord your God. Do not fail to obey any of his laws that I'm giving you today. When you have all you want to eat and have built good houses to live in, and when you have cattle and sheep, your silver and gold, and all your other possessions have increased, make sure that you do not become proud and forget the Lord your God, who rescued you from Egypt, where you were slaves. So I urge you, dear former Oshigambo High School students and teachers, not to forget Oshigambo High School. Not to forget Oshigambo High School. So let us follow the example of His Excellency, who assisted us when we were constructing the school library. And the Right Honorable Nasangula, who initiated the Chicken Coop project, and many others. These are people who have their hearts, who have their former school at heart. After more than 60 years ago, I once said, let us go and do mission work. Let us go and do mission work. Yeah, the politicians are saying, let us go from house to house. Let us go and knock it from door to door. So I urge you to go and hand out all the other to help our school. May God bless you. Thank you.
You may be seated. Thank you, Tate Henok. We have really missed you. That is the honest truth. Yeah, no, tuvite kuchane no twahungira, twakuthiwako, twapapatirwa, no tatushuna tukatsikile shitaturongo, twapama, my brother, bring that mic back. Okay. This one is a junior mic. It's not a mic. Okay. We would like to invite. The next item is basically Q&A, questions and answers. And of course, contributions, recommendations. Tate here also raised a few recommendations, perhaps floating trophy, maybe not specifically Dr. Amadila's trophy, but perhaps a Festus Katuna Mbadeka trophy for the best debater, you know, things of that nature. And I took a keen interest in knowing that, I was very impressed to know that General Nathinge has been to Oshigambo. So meaning Oshigambo is also capable of producing top military officers. And that makes the military really cool. Yeah. Like I said, there's nothing we cannot do. Before we move to the Q&A part of singing this song, which we believed was the Tate Pastor song, it just happened to be in a Hangano well before he could do it himself. So, would you be able to start? O mwene wetu motwangu dumana itanojo yesho tulipompa wauvo shipango shinene oshi chowe shipenale aya apostoli. What's wrong? You know very same way. And by the way, because of this song, we used to have collection on Mondays. For this very song, you will make sure you have ironed your shirt and you're looking your best. Shashonka tuto katukato zero konima ho karo koko stage ho o katudo shibati. Yeah, no, those were the days. Thank you so much. The floor is now open for questions and answers, as well as contributions, recommendations, and so forth. I believe the think tanks have, seeing as apparently their generation is very digital, maybe they have an iPad there taking notes as to of whatever will rise from the floor. So there's no pressure. We can always raise, seeing as we know them, we can always raise our recommendations to them privately. However, if there's anything that anybody wishes to share, or even contribute, or even just okutu kopithanga, nihane kucho mpito ye guruka shasha, simane kuihape mpito ye guruka. Masha pero Olelinga holele tu ulimo katike tu kupenga ompito simane kwa wetu mpoto kono niwi kwa veta ai tanto ethine tu yambe.
That's why he's speaking on me. Yeah, maybe I should. It's a bit awkward to stand with my bag. Colleagues, thanks for this opportunity to be with the young and the old, and the teachers that have prepared us for the future. First of all, I want to thank the delegation that came from the north under the leadership of the chair of the school board. Itura, we commend you very much for the good work. And I also want to thank our pastor, Reverend Enoch, who has prepared most of us and also made sure that the flame of Oshigambo High School continue burning. And most of all, the school management, the school principal, who have done a lot of wonderful things. But there are only two things that I still think that you should have consulted us, those of us who were there at the time. Over. There was nothing more rewarding during our time than okuyakova. That's a lifetime experience. If you have never gone through that, then we have missed a very, very important experience in your lifetime. Those of you who came there after over was over, you can consult my friend here, Mr. Stand-Up, Olaf Heimbody, to share his experience. Of course, over was not a legal practice. You can ask. Nevertheless, it kept Pastor Henok and other teachers awake most of the time. The second thing, Mr. School Principal, was when you were appointed, you went there. You started cutting down those trees. One of my friends came to me and said, this guy, I'm told he's a nice guy, but he's causing deforestation. I'm saying, deforestation how? Just go there. So I went there once and I saw the school looked very empty. Of course, I was a bit disappointed, but now when I look at the picture, it's a totally different picture. The school looks better, looks fresh, looks new. So I can only say thanks to the school leadership, the church, and also the management for all the good and wonderful things that we have done. And now we are here under on the invitation of the association. EXCO, I want to commend you for having taken this initiative. It's a very, very wonderful thing to bring us together to discuss the challenges that are facing our school. And I think we have now reset the button for us to start all afresh. And I'm glad that we have created a group called Think Tank. I wasn't aware about the Think Tank, to be honest. I see some of the faces in the Think Tank, but I'm impressed. I want to say that we need to kind of bridge that gap between the generation that was there many, many years ago and the generation that is there or that just left some few years ago. So we need to harness that, relationship. We need to harness the vibrancy and the energy of the younger generation and the experience of the older generation. Very, very important. Then we'll be able to then explore ideas how to support and help the school. I have listened to most of the presentation. Very, very overwhelming in a positive way. I am not disappointed with the financial report by my cousin, Mr. Elago. We are, no, it's not my cousin. It's actually the mother, is a cousin of mine. I'm just inspired by the fact that there are only 6 members, 6 people who are carrying the association. So what that means to us is to say that it is actually not the numbers that matters. It is the willpower and the commitment that makes a difference. If at all I have learned something today is that we can learn something from those 6 members who have carried the association to date. And to date, we still have an amount of 15,000 in the account. Am I correct? How much is it in the account? So, see now. So we can all learn something from those members who have continued to commit themselves to the school. I just wanted to probably make some comments, and probably these are things that we can take along as we now trying to ponder with what is it that we can do as former students of Oshigambo and of course teachers as well. I thought we need to really something that we have already started to look into intensifying mobilization. We need to mobilize our people. In an association of this nature, we must just work as hard as we see political parties, as Pastor Enoch said, we must now work door to door, house to house. We must do so. I know that most of us, when we left home, we left somebody who's a former student from Oshigambo. I was one of them. I left my wife there. I told her I was going, but she was already committed to going somewhere at least. So now I'm going back home, door to door, mobilize her. So I want to invite you to join me, really intensify this mobilization process so that we can at least first create awareness, generate interest so that we can get more members to start paying up their membership, to also become more interested in what the association is doing. The other thing is really to champions. We have clusters. I know that we have groups of classes. I know the 1982-86 to which the two of us belong. General, please stand up. He was a good piano player and also a good soccer player. He ended up in the wrong profession. In the army. We thought so we ended up actually in the same group, and it's not a dormant group, it's a very active group. We do a lot of things. The other day, they gave a donation to my school that is named after me. I'm very grateful. So what I was going to propose, please sit down, is to say we need to create champions around. And because of the generation gap, you can only use people with whom people can associate. I can easily associate with General because we in school together with Mr. Imbodi here because we were there more or less at the same time, long time ago. So therefore, apparently it's not long, but it's 40 years is not, you see, it's, this is about 2 generations. So if we can just as a food for thought to say, for each cluster, we have a champion who can then be used by the think tank or by the association, to mobilize their class, their group. I know that our class it has done a lot of other activities for the school. So that's just an idea. We need to have those people, patrons or champions to help to mobilize. The other thing, it's really about communication. I think the work that we have started is something that we can build on. We need to have a serious communication strategy. How to reach out. We have so many leaders across the country in various positions. They're in a position to help the school. But we just don't have a way to reach out and talk to them and generate interest. So therefore, I think we need to come up with a communication strategy. How to reach them out. Some people, they are public shy, like me. So I will probably require that Evalisa will come and approach me in private, talk to me, and then I will come out of my shell and then do what I can do. That can also contribute to the school. Some people, of course, if you tell them here, they start running. So we need to find a way. How do we reach out to those many other former students who are in a position to influence others, to become active, and also for themselves also use their position of influence to support the school. Pastor Enoch mentioned that our former president, the Kulumbumba, and that the Grunahas, those are very, very, very important figures in our society. If we have many more that we can use. There are also other people within our communities that were part of the school that we can use. So therefore, let's look at the communication strategy. How do we reach out? We need to have at least various ways to reach out. And then we also need to create activities around the school and around the association. Even a fun day, career day, or other things or talks that we can get. The whole purpose is really just to create more awareness and create more interest. The more activities we organize, the more people we're able to win over, people also start to, to become more and more interested. Now, we probably need to have a kickoff event, something that will just generate an interest. We need to something that will trigger. Maybe to leave it to the think tank to think about one, just, yes. It could be a simple event, but it should be something that will then be able to attract across all generations. So something that will then say, now we are kicking off, even to launch our mobilization campaign, our fundraising campaign. We need to have one big event that will just do. It can be here. If we think the numbers are here, it can be in the north. We think the numbers are in the north. That should be something that should be easier for people to participate. So I think those are some of the few ideas that I want to propose. And also just to thank the committee and all the structures, the cabinet structures, that have been hard at work trying to revive this whole process. I'm grateful, and I'm looking forward to be part of this exciting process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mbadeka. Also, thank you, Kombe Ponja Puki, Shoya Pepe, Ndifare Mbakokwe. She has a lot to contribute. Yes. And I think this year is quite a unique year. Because I think our school turned 65. It will be kind of weird to have an anniversary when it's 66 or 60. 60, I think 40, 45, 50, 60. 65, I think, is a good number. And thinking of what AG just mentioned now, kickoff event could be to say celebrate the 65 years of Oshigambo existence, the gala dinner. I think Yamandonga yehore ko para tuturamongo tukire popo safari mpono. We then reminisce, we have an evening of talks and good food, and we raise funds and we ignite the fire. Ne? We touch the, yes. I think tank motenga yondo mbiramonga uhori or 20. Yes. Or I saw General at the wedding earlier in the year. He was describing some procedures of how military weddings work. And I'm like, Shingirisa Shinosh. Shamono neteshika. No thewa. Nanyondonga nje tupai 14 pembakone.
Yeah, ndiyata kuti ashimosho mini mamzonda ndarikora Oshigambo akupotso shindonga. Anto enjika shikuchanga unganjera ka. Oshoka oshindonga o andishipopirera. Yeah. Kumwiriki o ndapandura no kondo. Cho apenjo campito. O ashinya nyudanje. Arohenge tanditsakanini nana skoro ya kwetum mboka ya pita Oshigambo. Otuna etumbari muri liponge nendando muri mokati. Amui monigiramu kucha omafa mwavaro kuhe naina yimwe. Nomoro asho ukwacho achangi inatupumbwa okukanisa. Otapumbwa okukwaterapo.
o hata ni general kwa ganja itsa yaera kene tatuburo kuhumitha komeho oskora yetu kakirondiwete chimwesho minima nzoka tunokukaratwatara ombino kucha otatukarangini tuna ekwatathano noskora paumwene as a person no show as a class otatukarangini tuna ekwatathano oshikwao oskora Oshigambo yafa yakarayo family ngero topopyo haimboti o kafidi no nothing omongatwari o nokulinga memegona gumo mwapita no tate kuruyeri yari no mwa memegona gumo so atuketulia hamano tapitira Oshigambo tadi o yafoskora mazimo shosho shetu ningeni ezimo limwe nonkene shino nashikwatori kwa kwetu ongene dhiradhiro yanjo lilinge ikucha pamwe otochiwo kukongeni ini mantumba taithika makomazimo tuna ezimo ta response kopi jontumba kuchojo mathematics ojo physics ojo biology ojashike nokuzampo nezimonjo no keho mvura oine kwatathano no score o klasa otuno anniversary ngashio klasa etu omvura te tatu wanitho omvura mirongwane kathika po score amo tuno kukarane mo anniversary mo tatufarere kosha nokuzampo no keho mvura okuno o klasa ino anniversary ya onkene oshipu ke mvura kukare kune kwatathano pokati koskora na anaskora akuru ya otunini mwenji tatuburo kuninga o tateka tuna na tusoshimpuyo tutare kuchum omvura tayo tatuningi poshike S class of 82-86 o mokambo ke tusigonga ingeo muni mariwa sugonga shinge mara shoshetu etere tukarina tuirongitha onkumo wetu owate wako onkumo wae ngoka owateka ondina kera kuchotse otango ta contribute ko kurando matarashe no mbete okrasa yetu otwari tunonkumo ulipombata mara sho association onkumo wateka senatse kweto wateka o ongeno tapumbo kumwenyeka oshirimashi obotuyeni komeho tate Kongo oshijote kupandura oshoko krasa yetu shoyire ko Oshigambo hono otazire ko tuvanai akuro to yakurwa otwadimburukwa shotoyire ko mo anniversary yetu 2016 katwari tweri panda I think otoyire ko 2017 katwari tweri panda nande ukwacha oskora wadhika warunduruka mukwacha mbotwa karatu shiroskora notwaziko tatunyenyeta shoshiri kuchano omurashike kwatura principal inaskora Oshigambo mara naninoho ashwashike chinokuningwa wapumbwa antu yokwacha wopinia se Kongo ano natutsikireni think tank omadhiradhiro mwetambo oshoshiri otagurike kucha ondungetheni odhonga shingei ina dhefa dhetu so twadhikwa tatudhiradhira kucha pamuhapumbwa puningoka bashu tagaragane tanzishana mara madhiradhiro genyo shijo mawana anokondo tate Enoch Tate eno gatsena tune hokoro hogetu ya haripopi wake hesiku. Kakero shiri otandi kupandura personally. Ngikopa mwona kweto enji oskoranjo no wakara ikwate thimbwele. Omvuradoe nandetathi pombada ukorelewe na ukale uli pombada opo utsikile oku ganyo nkumo komalero no malero tagera. Ondihoro kupotsa nandihulire mpaka. Okay, ombili. Natane general. Ithanu inalipuka. Nokuri okuskora kwanje koshigambo okokwe ithandikare ndafikamba. Thank you.
Yaro o general ya manani na tu ranji shompito nandi ranji shompito this gender andi akume manga okay ningo kwati wiha oiga bobarongo kutia muyo hapupuno meniere. Ladies, anybody? Okay, it's also fine. Natalia spoke for everyone, I guess, for all the ladies. So we'll give to Mr. Handobe here. Mr. Handobe was the head boy. It's a I should call it on the
These are just notes. Okay. I'm hoping it's evening now. Good evening, Oshigambo alumni. So my name is Tukonjeni Handobe, a proud alumni of Oshigambo High School. I'm not going to state the year I finished because you're all going to judge me. He's young. Oh, he's too old. I'm just somewhere there. I want the think tank to start taking notes. So the first thing that we should do is to develop an app. Luckily now, you can develop an app with AI, artificial intelligence, at a very, very low cost, on an automated basis. So you don't need coders to create a functional app in 2025. So that app would serve as a point of, meeting. If somebody is in Japan right now, Oshigambo alumni is in Japan right now, they could easily just, pull up the app on wherever they are, register themselves. We don't, it's okay to have forms for people living in, forward, we ought to be more ambitious. Allow register online, they will put their year, they finished, all their personal details there. It will make it easier, and we must integrate the banking function within the app so that people could pay with their credit card. You want somebody in St. Petersburg, Russia, to pay to your net bank account? How it's not good. I don't know how it will work. However, if we could integrate banking function within that app, people could create stop orders themselves and things like that. And we could have a Fed bank account within 5 years. I'll come to, let me start with the money next. So I'm here suggesting that people should start contributing 100. We must reduce it from 150 to 100 because we want to capture, we want to enlarge the net. Because the 150 tent is too narrow. We have to consider everyone that sells kapana, that does anything. So we should start at 100. 100 is going to capture almost every character that has graduated from the prestigious Oshigambo High School. I guarantee you that will happen. So let me just give you some simple calculation. If we could capture 1,300 alumni with our ongoing campaign, so 100 times 1,300, just do your calculation now on your phone, to give you 130,000 per month. 130,000 times 12 would give you 1.5 million. 1.5 million multiplied by 5 years. Let's say we want to have a 70th anniversary or something. After 5 years, we would have gathered around 7.8 million. We could then start talking about investment instrument, like what Natalia was talking about here. Because to invest into some investment instrument, you need to have a lot of money to generate traction and all that. So this brings me to the point of what? Membership. Psychologically now speaking, people don't like clicks. Just tell them that if you were at Oshigambo, just sign up on the app or / website. Complete your personal details there. Get in contact with people who are in charge of finance. If you don't want to use a credit card via the app and things like that. And then organize your stop order of 100. 100 is going to be a very, very successful drive. Let's not even say, oh no, I want to start contributing 5,000. Yes, we understand you. However, we want to accommodate everyone. That is going to work, in my opinion. Yeah, Natalia mentioned about the trust. Yes, we have to establish a trust, a legal trust, as soon as possible, so that we could be held accountable by the government. Because if people are now contributing 7.8 million and you lose that money, it's going to be it's going to be the next. Yeah, we are all going to prison. So we don't want that. We will all go to prison. So we have to be very, very careful. So with a trust, we could be held accountable by relevant authorities. Not ourselves. We don't have to hold ourselves accountable. We have to be held accountable by somebody else. Not ourselves, not Oshigambo Alumni. So that and also a legal trust would facilitate the creation of a proper bank account, because opening a bank account without a trust is just, there are so many legal risks associated with doing activities that way. Maybe I'm taking up so much time of. Okay, what is the other point? Okay, maybe we could benchmark our operation, our association's operation with other what? Alumni association. I'm sure there are other successful alumni associations in Namibia, all the world over. We could easily seek them out so that they could give us guidelines on how to move forward operationally. Because we don't want to assume that we have all the brain power to propel these type of operations. So I think I've touched all the relevant Yes. The only thing I want to repeat is we have to abolish the concept of membership. So, because people have anxiety around issues of cliques. People don't want to be associated with, okay, there's a psychological research that was done. I cannot quote it exactly at this point. However, it was observed that people have anxiety associated with their childhood and high school. People don't want to associate with their high school mates. This is why it's important to reach out to these people individually through the app. People don't want to be bothered. They want their privacy to be protected. Maybe they were bullied at school, or there are so many storied situations that they are always trying to avoid. So maybe the concept of trying to bring them, like this is why this hall is empty. People don't want to trigger their childhood traumas. I see that. Okay, thank you very much.
Tukonjeni was just about to awaken my traumas, so I think. Thank you so much for those constructive contributions. They are very true, and I believe we should have more sessions where we dissect into these matters so that we are able to get the best results out of what we are trying to achieve. We are pressed for time. We've been here since 12 o'clock, some of us. It's almost 6 o'clock. And as much as we love being with each other, we, however, should observe to some sort of time frame. I will now call on Tate Shivute to come and give us the vote of thanks, after which Tate Tura, I hope ito kondonje mo megonga rojarukonda shash. Nani maskuyandia komam ondiringa hukate kambadal. Then you please come and do the closing prayer. Tate Town.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Hello, Oshigambo High School. Yeah. Once upon a time, Nelson Mandela said, "It seems always impossible until it's done." Mr. Chair, Oshigambo. It seems always impossible until it's done. Hey, Torok. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Team OSHA, for your dedication and commitment under the challenging circumstances to make this gathering possible. I salute Oshigambo High School management and its team for its able leadership, for keeping their head on top of the water. Oshigambo High School had been making news nowadays, hoping that you have been reading newspapers. Yes. Oskora Angereka, oyakara ini mashongo. Mashongo kakaro manini. Ndere omwa okwakareri pamwe natsi. Oskora Angereka. So let's give ourselves pats on our backs as Oshigambo High School historical event, and cement relationship with our alma mater. This is the right time to connect with each other and to remind each other that we are what we are today because of Oshigambo High School. Oskora ongereka ya Oshigambo oyetu etasigo pompa egumwe wilonga moskora Oshigambo ndio tukucho uno kuipandura. Otezi mbrugwana skora ya mwe pali ya Oshigambo High School. They went back as soon as they arrived. Umurwashike. So ya moskora Oshigambo etaiko kamati ukwama nukucha aye. Hatu voskora Oshigambo ya simana osho iringei. Okuzampono kwa pakero kofa eno kwa shuna kembo. Yeah. Otandi indire ne komono jokomse opotutare po oskora ni etweni ya Oshigambo. I'm sure when you go today, you are going to appreciate under the good leadership of the principal Tate Congo. Shawa imo moskora bifo tokana tomono ilipen oina tuka lilirwa ro simane kahona nyoko puka yenera kono mwenole kombadaivi. So kandinao hapodiji ndete kucha netango jatoka dine kera kuzamfano nena ndilo watema bapopsi ni maiji ishikurandurwa tutandi dirashike opo tuiture ni milonga setufare ni oskora ipeni komiho tangu nene.
Papo piadisu kia Oshigambo shafasho mazimo ndi. Kwa shivu tenao ya fanga ya menekera popo imapopo. Atena finge etu eteri. Mangina tu ya kegari kanopa ipune puro ndali ndinakuli kwatera mongo komokoma puro mwe oshwaro ndeli mono nale tateta uno shweri mpa. Professor Amambo Tati, Oshigambo High School was established to be a pioneer high school. Now there are too many. Can the discussion not start to make it a pioneer higher education institution? The unique position it has is it has culture. I must agree with that, because the kind of education Namibia is giving cannot produce people en masse, people who can fix the complex problems of the country. We are worried. Natuka kwa njangeri na show tuke ni handia itafura mbi. Yeah. Paif munga ingei natu. Why did I shift from paif ntuka konga ingei? Kukugwa hapo tudanje yo ya fara je Oshigambo tafute ni munae o shawati paif tokwa kwa monte. Anga tamwele kira kwa nyama amuva kwa nyama tabozo indonga. Then ungainge arangashinge, but also that philosophy changed. Kwa nyama ndeke ya Oshigambo tabozo indonga man. Yevrena ndonga ko. Yes. So Tatitura, please. Thank you.
Tangu nene ko kambito katiali ndekamono ngai kenda yomnerao ko kumono mpitu yali merandura sanondi okunini miyali ihai ihorekwa yopa umwene kuchangwa unomvura ngapi inandipe wanu uthemba ndakhala nokupopya pomvula dhimwe nepe uthemba shoka ndakhala o think tank yeno madhiladhilongo kutya omukuluntu sikola tokhala uche wasimanekwa kana sikola yo yakala omukuluntu sikola ethimbo Oshigambo otagwanitha omvula 80 omvula taiya wali yetu ipura ontoto dhiladhilie kutya yakudhanwa ne oshituthi shono shomuholike kuluntu sikola Oshigambo High School tagwanitha omvula 80 ye naye taningile kongelago kwashi tashizimo shimwe tashimo Oshigambo shimwe tashiko mbanda ashi nayo kwaronga nduweto yenji yakwalela kutya oyenge eta paeli nena pamotashi wanganasho aholike twathiki pehulilo lyokukalampa madhiladhilo twazinago petameko tagati konakoneni aihe nemudhiginine shoka oshiwanawa twende nyangaka mumvonguka tatukona ihe tatudhiginine shoka oshiwanawa pamwe tatuthikama nokuimba imbilo andi ndiwete kutya aihe mbano eri mbano ya Oshigambo yohainga komambo pehulilo lyelongelo kalonga akuimbwa nga ngenda yomwene Jesus Christus nohole yakarunga endafa nolome po iapuki likare nase likare nase atusheni amen likare nase likare nase atusheni amen natugalikaneni egalikano lyomwa tate tunguli meguru edhina lyoye naliyapulwe oshilongo shoye nashiye ehalo lyoye naligwanithwe kombanda yevi ngaashi kamegulu tupawo nena oshithima shetu shesiku kehe ngoye udhimepo oondjo dhetu ngaashi kanatse tatudhimipo dhaamboka yonokutse ngoye inotufala mehongololo awe tuhupitha muwinayi oshoka oshilongo shoye noonkondo dhoye nesimano lyoye aluhe sigo aluhe amen natuifupipikeni koshipala shakalunga tse tutaambelaleko nuyamba talizi kuye omwa tulaleka nuyamba ngoye utugamene tuyelithile oshipala shoye totusile ohenda tariso shiparasho eshombiri kutse totutoporera ombiri yoenjoka ivuruno ngwa uhe opantu na igamene no omwenyo dhetu omarutu getu omadhiladhilo getu mu Jesus Kristus medina lyahe nolyomwana nolyombepo onjapuki amen yaro natukara lipo nawa na Jesus tangune.
Kirare ko nuyamba no shoe galikano. Opunoka katungwa kongaro kerimo huke mui o mu tutonyeni monga okasha. And while that is happening, otatu pumbwana ishewe to a group picture here in front. Tukuthenye fano jo grupa komeho. Na wano kulingota tutura kunendi ipundi. Yameta kutumba, yameta tathika makonim. Opunongaro ilimpeaka po katungwa keli po kona. No mang shota tushiningeni na tumone nyompito kwa komeho tuthane kweni. Efano jo grupa. For those that are following us online, it's been a joy having you. Join us from wherever you are. We will be signing off shortly. Thank you so much for being with us. We look forward to seeing you in person the next time. As for everyone here, thank you so much for being here. Yeah. Ongaro oku substantiate. Subsidize. And no ne to conjen. Oku subsidize dorwendo ra holike tumbo ya zikoambo. Ponga ya kare nu holi no kapat kosa. Thank you.